I'm going back to the start. Nobody said it was easier, but it's such a shame for us to part. Nobody said it was easier, but nobody said it would be so hard. I'm going back to the start. I don't know, it's stuck in my head. It's not like I even listened to the song. You know, it's one of those things where it just gets stuck in your head. Maybe like I think what happened is that like I was thinking about the reflection stuff that I was doing, and I was like, man, nobody said that this would be easy, but no one said that it would be so hard. And then, you know, it's just the song just gets stuck in your head just immediately. What's up, MTFPPP? Anyway, I woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. I don't know why. Just kind of how it happens, I guess. I've had like nightmares for the past like 3 days straight. I have very vivid dreams. I sometimes don't have dreams for a long time, and then I'll just have, you know, like a week of just like really intense dreams. And I've been having these very intense dreams of me being in New York, but also going to art school. But the art school that I went to wasn't in New York. It was in a different city. And so it's like these two different parts of my life kind of together. And then I'm like kind of flunking out of college because I just don't go to the classes, you know? And then I have to like cram before the semester ends for the end. And then I have to like beg my professors to not have me fail the class, which kind of happened, right? Like when I was going to college later in New York, I was, you know, definitely not, you know, as addicted to, you know, stuff, and I just was not really coming to class. But the professors liked me, and so sometimes they passed me just as long as I did like the final project or whatever. But yeah, a lot of that stress is apparent in the dream of like me not wanting to flunk out of college, but also not being able to actually attend the classes. Anyway, that was a long time ago, but I still have dreams about that. What's up, Dr. Banana Nana? Yeah, I still have dreams about that because that period of my life I think really affected me kind of mentally. Because I'm someone who's like in high school, I was always really good at school, and so I always went to class and I always was on top of my work. But like later in life, when I like, you know, had access to drugs and alcohol and like girls and things like this, like, you know, anything I could do, you know, I really struggled with, you know, doing anything in school, you know. So anyway, having those dreams, but anyway, we may be blessed with loud chirping sounds the entirety of this stream. For the past 3 days, there was this bird in this bush, okay, outside of my window. I don't know if you can hear it. Okay, so it's this baby bird that it's time for him to leave the nest. All of the other baby birds in his nest have gone, except for him. And so he's just in this bush, and he's begging for his mom to feed him. And she's still coming and feeding him, but he just refuses to leave the nest. Like actually, like he's just sitting there in the bush and just going all day, like loud as fuck. And I can see him from the bush, and I just saw his mom come and feed him. But yeah, he's just a little rascal. It is good morning. It is good morning. Anyway, so what did I get done yesterday? Yesterday I took a day off of streaming. So I got the reflections of, at the end of last stream, I had the reflections working, but I didn't have them really correct yet. So it took me a while to get it actually correct, but we can take a look at what they look like. So obviously we have some specular stuff going on just at a baseline without anything. I'm just gonna put the bake on for like really low settings just for us to get some ambient in here, or some, you know, some indirect, just to see. Why is it so blown out? Is there a reason for that? Okay, I may have fucked with something. Oh, I think that this blue light is just like really intense, or what is that? Okay, I may have fucked with something yesterday. What is this blue light? Okay, let's spawn the reflection probe and then bake it and then see. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that blue is. Is the light blue? Huh. Interesting. Well, I do have hot loaded shaders now, so we can actually check. I think the materials may be crazy. Yeah, oh, the materials was at 2 metallic. Oh yeah, that would probably do it. That would probably do it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was doing funny things last night with trying to turn the metallic up beyond what is humanly possible and see what it does. Anyway, so this bounding box is our reflection probe aspect correction. So we can just pump this up and move this to where it needs to go. I usually push it like 3, and then this goes to about 3, and then this goes to about 3, and then this goes to about 3, and then bake it. Anyway, so when the materials are regular, you don't see a lot of reflections going on. But when we make things kind of more interesting, then like with the 0 roughness, when they're really, really smooth, then obviously it pops off, right? Is that noisy texture like lighting? It's pretty cool. That's the reflections. So basically based on the material, it reflects more light. Like this is with 0 roughness, right? So when you have more roughness, you have less reflections naturally. So this is with it like maxed out. But like if you have something more regular, like a 0.5 roughness, obviously it looks more regular, right? But it still is there. Like you can see right here that this is the reflection that's happening here. Like you can see that like light is coming from the door, right? Same here, that light is coming from the door, that brighter spot. So that is how the reflections work. But yeah, obviously on the lower roughness, then it looks pretty cool, right? But basically the way it changes, how we get it to change, is through bitmaps on the reflection texture itself, which is kind of janky, but that's the way everybody does it apparently. But it took me a while to get the noise down. You can't tell anymore because I kind of worked on it, and we are experiencing some lag, but it's just the lag that we're experiencing is just because my GPU gets mad when I push it too hard for like 15-20 seconds. Then it gets mad. But anyway, this isn't even expensive to do because none of this is done in real time. All of this is just pre-computing a texture. When I press bake R probes, then it bakes the probes, right? So yeah. Anyway, pretty cool. I could play around with this all day. In fact, I already did play around with it all day, and you can see in the Discord what I ended up with, which was like this really crazy, like, you know, like it was just like all these lights and shit, and it was like super crazy. Anyway, the goal is, so this is just one reflection probe. Eventually what you want is you want to be able to transfer between this one and like one out here, for example. And that's what I think I'm going to be trying to do today. That's why I named it rprobe interpolation. That Discord image looks so cool. Thank you. Yeah, I was playing around with it for a long time until I got it looking cool. So basically, when you move from here to out here, a different thing is reflected, right? We bake the rprobe inside of the middle here. It bakes it from the right here. But what you want is out here, you want to obviously have it here and to bake the sky, or to not bake anything at all and just resample the sky. Looks Hyperdemon like? Yeah, I love Hyperdemon. I love Hyperdemon. I actually own the game. I bought it because I thought that it was so cool when it came out, but I never actually, like, you know, got good at it because I honestly sucked at it so bad. It's just not in my skill set. I was like really good at like ultra kill. Like I perfected ultra kill. I was like speed running it. So some of the games I can do good at, but Hyperdemon was different beast completely. Anyway, either you sample a reflection probe out here or you sample the skybox. So there's just really two options there. But basically you want to sample a skybox when you're not near a reflection probe, I guess. So I don't know what the rule is and how we do it, but apparently there's this RP fade X. So this is the fade after the box. This is the fade out, apparently. So I don't really know how that works, but we're gonna figure that out today. So that's what we're gonna be doing. Right away though, just so that we can experience less GPU fuckery, I'm just going to turn the resolution down, the rendering resolution, not actually the canvas resolution, but the rendering resolution, because I just don't want to deal with it today. There's probably some stuff that we can do to optimize, but it's I don't know. At the end of the day, there is just per fragment cost that my GPU just sucks at dealing with. So that is what it is. But for now, I think that I'm just going to leave all of this. Yeah. It's something interesting here. So when you bake the reflection probe, you obviously don't want to feed it into itself. So I have this flag, if probe bake, then we add the specular. So the probes don't obviously have the reflection inside of them, because they would just be like a feedback loop, which I came across before. Okay, let me BC this, and we can get into it. So here I asked Jarvis for some pseudocode on how to do the interpolation, but it looks expensive. Looks very expensive. So this is per fragment, actually, at least from what I understand. Which is crazy expensive to have these things. Now, so this num active probes, you can pass in to the shader basically the amount of probes and which indices they are, right? Just like we do with the lights for the meshes, and then compute the weights for all of the probes based on our position. But this is actually using the fragment position. This world position is using the fragment position, I'm pretty sure. And so that is a lot of extra math, especially when you have this function. We don't have to do anything this complicated. Closest wall dist is the min dist which is the dist max, which is the box max. Right, so the actual size of the box. So the closest dist to the wall, and then the closest wall dist divided by the fade margin. And then you either have a weight of 1 or a weight of 0. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't seem like actually good code at all, actually. Which, I mean, it isn't surprising at all, but yeah, this does not seem like a good heuristic at all. No, yeah, this looks awful, actually. Holy fucking shit. This looks terrible. I guess if closest wall dist is less than 0, though, then you're out of bounds. Dividing by the margin, so you divide by 1. Huh. Well, that's a bit confusing. I think I'm just gonna write my own version of it, to be honest. I think I'll just write my own version of it. But this is a good thing to think about, how I'm gonna do the fade. I don't think I'm gonna do the fade per fragment though. Maybe this isn't expensive, but it does seem expensive to do it per fragment for sure. Anyway, yeah, it looked like when I asked Jarvis like 2 days ago, how do I interpolate between two of them? It just spat out a bunch of bullshit, because this is pretending to be GLSL code, but also it's written in C. So it makes no sense, because you obviously wouldn't get accumulated color on the CPU, right? Like, that's a GPU thing that you're supposed to sample it, So I don't know what the fuck it spat out at me there, but it's definitely not helpful for sure. Okay. Something that I want to do though is I want to fix the physics stuff, because I noticed that the physics stuff is still not working. I watched an old video of how the physics were before I fucked with them, and it looked totally different, the way that the ball moved and stuff. So I'm kind of worried that I fucked it up, to be honest. Yeah, this is weird how it starts off so fucking shiny. Also, if we do this, the only way to render at a lower resolution is you have to do linear or nearest bitmap linear, or else everything looks like complete ass. That is what you have to do. Now, you know what I just realized? This ball scale is small, so I wonder if it actually has to do with the ball scale. That might actually be it. Yeah, I don't think our physics stuff likes scale very much. Now it's gonna be a big ball. Maybe it is just scale. I don't know. I should probably try it in a different scene that's less small. I don't really have a big one though. anymore. I have this one. Yeah, this one is good. This one's good. What else did I want to do? Yeah, I think what's happening, to be honest, is that it's sampling nothing and it doesn't have a backup texture for the sample. So it just samples garbage or something. Yeah, it might have just been the scale. Now it seems to be okay. Yeah, now it has spin. Yeah, it doesn't like the scale. Probably has something to do with the matrix transforms or something. It used to have crazy spin though. Like the original, I was looking at the original video that I sent in Discord for the ball, and it looked like it had crazy spin on it. But now it kind of doesn't. It's weird. But I did fuck with the physics after that a lot, mainly to get the box stacking thing going, and probably in doing the box stacking stuff, we God, I gotta make the light not on that side. Yeah, make the light not on that side. Yeah, exactly. With zero friction, or really low friction. I think it needs friction to spin, obviously. Is it the dampening that I put on it? Maybe it's the dampening. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Now it's fucking rolling. That's what it used to be. It's definitely that dampening force thing. Okay, well, I'm glad that I figured that out, because that's been bothering me forever. The dampening force thing was necessary to get the cube stacking to 20. Anyway, glad to see that's working. I'm just gonna change the lights to not be stupid. That just has to go to negative. Okay. So what do I want to do? Do I want to do the reflection stuff first? Or the save and the load stuff? I think the reflection interpolation is kind of cool. I want to go to editor. Or not. Oh, yeah, it is editor, right? Yeah, where I bake it. And I go to max rprobe MIPS, and then I do this if we're greater than 1. Yeah. So when we hit 2, we make a new one. And this should be exactly correct, right? Just want to make sure that it's the same. rprobe cube map array. Yeah, it is linear map linear. We just generate the MIPS ourselves. That was the big thing, is that we now generate the MIP maps ourselves with a different convolution thing. That's better for reducing the noise. And we are right about GL text storage 3D. We are. Okay. So that's important, because now we're going to be having 2 for the first time. Let me look up how other people do this. You know what? I should be just looking stuff up on the computer. I just have like anxiety about I don't know what's gonna pop up on the screen or whatever. I don't want to get banned, or I don't know how that works. Okay. Compute the weight via bounding volume, overlap, distance fallout. Okay, let's do some research, I guess. In Unity, parallax corrected QMap. This is what I read. Okay, but this is the Sebastian log 1. I just want to know how to interpolate between them. Blending weights calculation. This is exactly what we want. Probably getting the K nearest cube map. Give sample of interpolation method for solving it. There's an octree for this. Okay, I don't really want to make an octree right now, but instead we choose to blend cube maps on CPU or GPU separately before the main rendering. Okay, fellas, this is going to be more complicated than I this is probably going to be more complicated than the actual probes, huh? Okay. See, I already have this. I still don't know how to do the if directives, to be honest. Mr. Sebastian, this is fucking complicated. Okay. We already have the parallax correction. I think that this is working. It was it was literally just this code exactly. He has an OBB. This looks actually expensive. For each phase, for each mipmap, set up the current mipmap phase as the current render target. Render the weighted sum of current mipmap of the K cube maps. But what about the roughness? I feel like I'm getting a fever reading this. That looks so expensive. Because you have to render a cube map every frame. He does 4, which is weird. I guess for 4, he's interpolating between 4. Okay. So, if there's a silver lining in anything here, it's that we already actually have this, which does this. Which iterates in that same manner. The GGX probe shader frag vert sets up the vertices the exact same way. Does the exact same thing. Right? Yeah, no doubt. So we can do it in one. We don't have to do this if directive thing in the fragment shader. Like him doing this in a fragment shader is pointless when you could just have vertices in here that do it in the vertex shader. What is annoying though is that we need to have the 4 closest. What's weird is he has a sampler 2D here instead of a sampler cube. But maybe that's a HLSL thing that's weird. I think that might just be an HLSL thing that's weird. Anyway, I'm down to try this. It just means that we have to have another cube map for things. So we would have to make that. Do I have one that I can reuse? I have temp rprobe cube map, which could be used. Oh, the problem is that this doesn't have mint maps. Oh, fuck. I feel like we have so many textures, though. We have so many textures. We can get rid of some textures, though. And it's such a shame for us to part. I'm going back to the start. Okay, blended rprobe cube map. We're not going to generate the MIPS for it. We will, however, generate 6 levels of it. We will make room for 6 levels of it. Oh wait, no, not 6. You want max rprobe MIPS. Okay. So now every frame before we render, we have to do that. We have to write to that texture. So we have to make a function that does this. And so we'll call this function called blend rprobe cube map. I don't like the word way. I don't know why, it just is weird to me. Okay. So first of all, if globals dot scene data dot reflection probes dot count is less than or equal to 1, then continue, then return. Well, actually, no, you still have to, yeah, you have to, yeah. We want to write it to the thing. I'm just trying to find a way to... I don't know, the weighing thing seems complicated, and so I kind of want to just like skip over the weighing thing while I'm while I'm working on doing the blending thing. NDF. Here's the pseudocode. QMap influence volume int num. Okay, but where's the position? Oh gosh, you don't need AI. I asked AI about this earlier and it just spat out the code from this page. It just gave me this code. So I mean, why use AI when you could just go to the source? You probably can't see it on stream, so let's just zoom in, I guess. Yeah, the weird thing is that it doesn't have gets center, size squared, gets influence weights, local position. Maybe this local source position. Transform from world space to local block. So this is exactly what I'm looking for. I don't know why this doesn't take in a fucking argument. It's some weird C++ bullshit. It's some weird C++ bullshit. This is why I don't like C++. It's like, where does this come from? It should be here. This is weird. I don't know. I don't really understand this. Apparently this has to do with an NDF, normalized distance field, instead of an SDF. The algorithm starts by gathering all the influence volumes intersecting the POI position. For each influence volumes, it calculates the volume influence weight, are then sorted by most influential. We calculate the sum of the volume influence weights and the sum of the inverse. These sums are then used to get two results. The first result enforces the rule at the boundary we have 0% contribution, and the second enforces the rule that at the center we have 0%, 100% contribution. Then we modulate the two results. To finish, all the blend factors are normalized. We calculate, I get the sum of the inverse. Two results. What am I making? I'm making a game engine. I'm working on interpolating between different reflection probes. This is how the blending math is done to calculate the weight between two reflection probes. You get the inverse sum and is 1 minus the influence volume dot NDF. What is dot NDF though? What is NDF? How do you get the NDF? Calculate NDF from influence volume. Bubble sizes, but mine is oh my fucking god, this is complicated. Okay, so we're not talking about cubes here. The final this is not what about the NDF of a static shape? What is the equation for a circle or a box? Let's see what. Also, exactly in the direction of macronormal n. I do mean a 3D sphere. That's the roughness parameter. what is M and N representing in the functions? The average overall orientation of the visible surface. The orientation of a specific microscopic facet. The roughness level. Okay, so we're going to be using this, but I thought that this was the roughness parameter. Let me look this up. Yeah, but this is in real time. This is in real time, though. Okay, I'm really confused now. I'm gonna think that we're doing 2D here. I'm gonna think that we're doing 2D. For a 2D circle, how do I derive M and N? Two D circle or square. How do I divide M and N? It is an influence zone for a cube map. And is the flat perpendicular axis pointing straight up. The normalized vector pointing from the pixel to the center of the influence loop. This might be useful. Oh my god, this might be complicated. This might actually be complicated. This might be complicated. Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. This isn't gonna help me. Oh my god. Okay. From the pixel to the center of the influence loop. I'm guessing that the center of the influence loop is just the center of, you know, the probe. Deriving M. The closest boundary on the edge lies along the line, connecting the origin to your position P. Find the closest intersection point on the square's parameter. Okay. So to clarify, n is the vector from the probe center to camera position, and M is the intersection point that ray with the boxes A, B, B. Okay, that is exactly how it maps it out. Okay, we get it. We get it. Okay, at least if the AI overview is correct, then sure, we get it. Okay, we're only working with boxes, and so we don't have to worry about the sphere shit. We don't have to worry about the sphere shit. To calculate the NDF, what we need is M and N. This is the exact code. But this is the N, and then I guess this is the M. But then we have to do the equation to get the thing. We still have to do the equation. NDF of a box. So this is so the NDF of a box, a cube, is somebody's gonna have to explain this shit to me in English, bro. Holy fucking shit. Calculate NDF of a cube using M and N. How do you calculate the NDF of a cube? No. You misunderstand. Normalized distance field. How good is such a... They're not good, but there's nothing... There is an Inigo Quillas, but the problem with Inigo Quillas is that this is an SDF. We need a normalized distance field. You misunderstand. Oh my fucking god. It keeps on giving me sign distance field. I need normalized distance field. Oh my god. It's this formula. I just don't know what it means. Like I don't know how to put that into code, bro. I need to calculate the NDF of a cube for influence weights. What is the aforementioned formula for that mean? Yes, this. I need to know. Okay, what? Delta alignment check. Transforming the formula into weights. So it's this. M minus Ni. It's the sum divided by 6. So this is the N. Normalize the position relative to the box walls. And then you inner transition. What is inner transition, by the way? 1 and 0, defining where the fade starts. Okay, so that's our fade. Normalized dist, which is this. Okay. I'll tell you the total influence is the sum of the influence of its 6 independent faces. Treats each axis as an independent weight contribution. Okay. Making face weights all 0 when normalized dist is 0. Okay, but do I need to do this for each face? That's what I'm trying to figure out. If I need to do this for each face. Because that's what it seems like I need to do. It seems like I need to do it for each face. But maybe not. Wait a second. Wait, what? Okay, this is a different thing. This is a different thing for sure. This is the influence weights. The influence weights is different. That's what happens down here. What happens up here is where we get the NDF. Okay. Okay, I'm more confused than when I started. I'm more confused than when I started about this shit, to be completely honest with you. This isn't what I need. This you're not giving. I need this in code. Can help me transfer the NDF formula into pseudocode. Okay, here we go. This is exactly what I need. Wait, this no, this is exactly what I need. So it is over all of them. Okay. So you dot with the face normals with that M. Okay, there we go. That's what I needed to know. So you do it per face. I was about to go down the wrong rabbit hole. Here. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to do... Do I have max R probes yet? No. We're just going to do 64 max R probes, okay? I already have one. Okay, whatever. So we need to make a... We're just going to have a struct that is NDF data. Okay. So we want the NDF in here. I don't know what else is going to go in here. Float weight maybe. I don't fucking know what else we need, but yeah. And then we just want to have NDF data for max R probes. And we'll just have this here for now. So we'll call init NDF every frame, and it will just go through all of the reflection probes. Okay. Also, sorry it's taking me so long to get this. It's not exactly like the most, you know, it's not like the most, you know, simple thing in the world, to be honest. You know, it's not like... you know, it's a little bit complicated, not gonna lie. We're just gonna do all of this. Here's what I've learned from doing a lot of programming, is that you should always do this. You should always name your functions with what they are first and then the thing. Because I used to actually just like do, you know, functions that just were calculate this thing, and then it, you know, it should be this calculate, you know, because then you can search them up later way easier. So that's something that took me a long time to figure out, to be honest, but whatever. Okay, so to get down to the formula, let's get down to brass tacks, okay? So we're going to take in the position, and then we subtract the center, and then we divide by 6 at the end. XYZ init instead of init XYZ, because later when I forget what it's called, then I have to go through every init function. You see? Instead what you do is you can go ndf and then you find it immediately, right? Isn't that the point of separating functions into different files? That is the point, but once you start getting to like a big project with a lot of headers, like in this, I have to include renders.h, utilities.h, types.h. You know, I have to include all of these because they're used in this file. You end up having a lot of namespace pollution no matter what. Anyway, because like look at this, right? Like my init functions, I have to look through everything, and these dots means that they aren't, you know, in a header for this file, but nonetheless they're here, right? So it does just make it faster for you if you just do what I just did, right? I have it the same for my PC, for my physics component stuff. I'll start with PC, which is, I think, very, very, very helpful. Okay. First of all, okay. So we want to take in the position and the reflection probe. And so we'll just subtract the position from the probe. So this is something that I don't really understand yet, is this world pause. I'm assuming that this is our camera's world position, but I'm not sure. Because where we're looking at is different from our position entirely. But for now, we'll just do this. We will just do this. It took me a long time to start doing that, and I still don't do it sometimes, but I do catch myself. This seems reasonable. This seems reasonable to me. It says return 1. Okay, so it's the opposite of what I thought. Oh yeah, if we're right in the center, then we will have 1, right? So if we're closer to the center, then we'll have more weight, which makes a lot of sense. And then it says to normalize it. So this, you know, if we're going based on it, then that's fine. Okay, that's fine. And then we loop through each face, and we dot that M with the normals. And then if the alignment is greater than 0, which means we align with the normal. I don't know. I don't think we're going to do this. I don't think we're going to do this. Okay, our face normals. Luckily, we don't have to really recode that. That's in the ggx function. I mean, actually, we are probably going to have to recode it, but it's fine. I think that this is exactly what we need, right? No, those are 0. Okay, well then it's not what we need then. This is just the OpenGL rendering convention, so we do actually have to code the Today is going to be a lot of stuff that I have no clue about. I was actually expecting that this thing would be fairly simple to implement, but now I'm realizing that it's quite complicated, at least to do it the correct way. If I was to do it just like a naive type of blur between reflection probes, it would be fairly simple. But I want to follow this article because it seems to really know what it's fucking talking about. It isn't actually going to be cheap though, which is what I'm worried about. So we get the alignment, which is the dot. I don't know why I made it a vec3, which is the dot with M and the face normal, and then if alignment is greater than 0, I wrote that if statement in Rust syntax, whoops, then we want to add on to the sum, and then we divide it by 6. I'm just gonna add alignment. The extra POW stuff just doesn't seem, I don't know. I don't fucking trust it. Okay. And then this is what I was talking about earlier. This is the fade function, the fade thing that we already have on our box. But what's up, Nigma? So let's just do this. So I don't know why it's normalizing twice. Oh, it's normalizing. Oh, it goes by the box extents. Okay. Do I have abs? No, I don't. And that's mraw. Okay, we can just do that. That's fine. I'm not making a function for this. I mean, I could, but it would be whatever. And then I have to scale it by the box extents. Do I just multiply it? Oh, I divide it by it. So then I'll just do a component-wise multiplication, and then we'll just do 1 over. Okay. This guy's still coding. Oh, sorry, I wasn't reading chat. I didn't see that there was. What am I nagging at now? It's figuring out how to interpolate between different reflection probes. Kind of learning the usefulness of naming like that in your compiler. On C++ to use namespaces. Yeah, that's a good thing about C++ for sure. Namespaces are really nice. Anyway, it's not really well documented how you're supposed to do this, so I'm using a few different resources. Luckily, so this said, oh hey, you have to use an NDF, and it didn't actually tell me how to calculate the NDF. It didn't tell me how to do it, so I asked the AI overview. So hopefully it's not smoking crack, but you know, you gotta send it at some point. And then you fade out to the distance using the fade factor. We have the fade factor, but we're not actually going to use the fade factor. I'm just gonna hard code it for now. And then it uses a smooth step. Isn't smooth step just lerp? Isn't that just lerp? It's not just a linear interpolation. Okay, what's the formula? Okay, we're just gonna write this down because I don't have it in the utilities header. So every time we come across something like this, then we just add it to the utilities header, and then can it go with anything else? That you know what? This is going in mathf, where it belongs, in the mathf header. Because all those names have been diluted. Yeah, well, luckily this blog post is good. This article is very good, by Sebastian Lagarde. I think it's different than Sebastian Log, who's the YouTuber, so I think it's different. Okay. And that should be it. Okay. It's not a lerp. It's not a lerp. So there we go. Now we know that it's not a lerp. Okay, did I do all this correctly? I think so. Just making sure, because I don't want to. This is one of those things where if I do a typo there, then I'm never going to figure it out, because I'm never going to remember that we did that. Okay. So between this and this to by max dist, I believe, right? Is that it? Yeah. And then you multiply that times the outgoing value. Okay. And that's how you get the NDF for the cube, apparently. So here we're just going to put into ndf data I dot ndf equals ndf calculate cube using the camera position and this rprobes I. Am I using a tester tool? What do you mean a tester tool? Like RenderDoc? I used RenderDoc yesterday for a little bit. Okay, moving on. Now we don't have to deal with fucking AI overview anymore, because this is where this blog post picks up. So now we take the sum NDF, first calc sum of NDF in inverse NDF to normalize value. Okay, so while we're, let's just do it in a different loop. Let's just do it in a different loop just so that it's simple here. Okay. So we want to go through everything and then let's get the sum and the inverse sum. Okay, so we get the sums. So now we have blend factors for each one that we have to compute. So let's put that on the thing. Blend factor. Okay, and how he calculates the blend factor is 1 minus the NDF over the sum. So he normalizes these and then divides it by the number of probes. Okay. So we'll just loop again, just like he does it. And we want to go into NDF data dot blend factor, and we will do 1 minus the NDF over the sum. And then you put that over the, actually, you know what? Let's just get it here, just so that we have to like stop fucking writing this giant thing out again and again and again. Checking that the output of the previous function is the same. I don't know what that means. So an Excel in the editor doesn't ruin things. It's not necessarily a typo. I just forgot to change the other stream. I forgot to change the indexing on something. That's not a typo. That's just me not remembering to do something. I don't know. There wouldn't be a way to test for that because I was refactoring and changing code. It's not like, you know, I was changing the way something was indexed and then I didn't I don't know. When you're writing something like a game engine, not to seem like a dick, but, you know, you're bound to come across problems that, you know, that are, you know, shit, you know, just because you make mistakes, like logical errors, right? It's not like you can just go through this and then just like not come across shit like that, you know? Because at the end of the day, for a lot of this stuff, I'm not just like, you know, following some tutorial, you know? There's just, it's just, you're bound to come across issues like that. It's not, you know, it's not something that's just, like sometimes you implement something and it goes fine, right? But when, you know, when you're working on something that has like a big scale, it's just, you're bound to, when you're working on shit that touches a part of the code that you haven't touched in like a week or whatever, you know, you don't really know how it's going to affect it, you know? And so some of those times it's easy to catch the bug because you can print it out and you can figure it out. Other times it's just harder, you know? So there's no amount of using render doc or, you know, having, you know, testing functions in place. There's, you know, there's nothing that's going to fix your brain, right? That's the problem. This is greater than or equal to 0 is 0. So this is an edge case. Okay, so, oh, yeah. So if you have no factor, then it's just saying to put it to 0, which is, or put it to 1, which is kind of weird, but whatever. Okay, thank God we're almost at the end here. Okay. So now we just normalize, I believe, all of them. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here's the end. We're finally at the end. We also have to sort them, but for now I'm not going to. So I don't know what num primitive is. What is num primitive? Oh, fucking don't tell me that we have to actually loop over triangles here. That can't be correct. Oh, that would be bad if this is if this is over a certain amount of. Oh no. I wonder if I can just use the I'm asking Jarvis. Influence weights for reflection probes following. What's his name? Lagarde's article. What is meant by looping over the primitives when calculating the map blend factor? Let's see if it even knows. It may not, but it did give me exact code from this blog post though earlier, so. But yeah, I'm confused on, you know. I think the whole POI thing is point of interest or something. POI based cube map. Point of interest based cube map. Okay, so maybe the primitives. Okay, let's see. It said the article. Okay. Oh, so num primitives is the same thing? It says that num primitives is the same thing. Okay. Yeah, so it says that I've already done it. Basically. That this stuff I think that this is I still don't understand what the influence weight stuff is, but I think that it's separate from the blend factor that we already got. Fancy / ambiguous words. Yeah, in this case, it's actually pretty down to earth. The problem is that it just isn't descriptive enough when it comes to the selected influence volumes. To finish, all blend factors are normalized, which it normalizes it here. Oh. Oh, you're supposed to get the influence weights first. You're supposed to get the influence weights first. I was reading this wrong because this is one function and then this is in main. Oh, I see. This is written very poorly. I'm sorry. That's a really poorly way of formatting that. If in inner range. I don't know what the inner range or outer range is. Maybe Jarvis had something to say about that. Right. Right, so the probe primitives that we pass in Got it. So if we're in inner range, then we early out. If outer range, then we... Let me see this. What is the difference between inner and outer range? And what are the influence weights? Because it fetches these influence weights based on the location POI first. And I don't think the location POI is the actual camera position, which is what's confusing me. That's not the camera position. But yeah, the code that it gave is pretty much my exact code. It gave it in a really fucked up way, though. It's also taking forever to fucking respond. Like, come on. Okay, so inner range versus outer range. The core area, where the probe is 100% influence. The maximum extent of the probe is the outer range. It drops to 0 influence. The zone between the inner and outer volumes is the blend region. Got it. The individual weight values computed for each probe in isolation. right before they are normalized. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is done per probe beforehand. So if you're in inner range, then you don't want to blend at all. So you want to go through, you want to iterate here first. And then you want to check if the player is within the inner or outer range of a probe. And then if you're in outer range, then you add it to the NDFs. Then you push it onto the NDFs. And then those are the ones that you blend later. The reason why this is so complicated is because they have this basically for an indeterminate amount of probes. You could technically like blend like 5 or 6 probes technically, which we're never gonna have, but this is what came up when I searched it up. So I kind of need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. So we're just gonna call NDF init here. Actually, you know what? Let's just make this. Let's just have another loop here. At this point, we have so many loops. We don't even need another function. We can just do this here. But yeah, we need a count. We're just gonna do this. And then we're gonna see if we're in the inner area or not. So we need to figure out how to do that. our probe area result, and this will take in a position and the reflection probe. If I could get by, trying not to lie. Okay. Moving on. So we need to check if the position is within the bounding box or within the extended bounding box. If point in A, B, B, pause, and P dot A, B, B. So we're going to add the fade margin to the outer extents, and then we'll check against this. Oh, does point A, B, B in A, B, B not use... It uses the min and the max and not the thing. So what we need to do is we need to calculate A, B, B bounds for at outer. And there we go. If I could get by, trying not to lie. Things would be so confused. Okay. You got me wrapped around my finger. Once I have this data, what do I do? What do I do with it? Let me ask. I'm just rewrite in C++ trust. It's so much faster than Python. Do you think I'm writing this in Python? What? Do I have Python in the title? I don't know. Yeah, it fucking... Fucking Jarvis is telling me to not do this. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. I'm fucking so confused at this point. Like, what should I do what this guy is doing? This guy did this in 2012 actually. This is 2012. So maybe this is just like outdated for what I should be doing. So maybe all this is useless. I mean, it's not useless because this will give me which ones to use, but oh, god damn it. I don't know. I looked this up and then I decided to follow this, and so now I'm just like, you got me wrapped around a finger. It just seems so expensive to do shit like this per fragment. But, I mean, what we could do is we could just pass it. Do I use Pygame as a framework? I don't use Python. This is all done in C. What are you talking about? Shit. I think we can just pass it as uniforms, I guess. Could upload it to a UBO or something. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's telling me to just do it per pixel, per fragment. I don't know. We could just slap it in a UBO. But that's kind of, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do, I guess. At least we have the weights now. I guess the whole point was to get the weights, and so it's worth it to get the weights still. Probably. Probably. But C++ is better. Why? Give me a reason why objects and inheritance and polymorphism actually makes you write better code. Give me some examples of the code that you've written. Then, I don't know. Now I'm starting to think that this was pointless. I don't know. This might have been pointless. Oh, fuck. This may have been pointless. I could just push the 4 closest probes and then just do the NDF stuff over it. But this is what I get for skimming. Polymorphism is almost always not what you need and want. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, so C++ is just so generically useful, right? Because it gives you the tools to do those things in like the very specific cases. There have been very specific cases where I was like, oh, I would love inheritance here in like this very specific case. But is that true 99.99% of the time? No. Really, no. I think that this is fucking useless now. If we're not going to be blending them together, then it's fucking useless. It's actually useless, all the pain that I went through in setting this up. But I just wanted to make it cheaper because I don't want to do it per fragment. That sounds so fucking, like, so many ops. Shit. Like, this looks like he does it in real time. He does this in real time. Or maybe not. I don't know. This photo is he's doing this shit in real time. He does this mixing step before the scene rendering. Object shader, scene rendering, boom. Maybe not. This is fucking confusing. This diagram is confusing. Why would the cube maps come after the scene rendering? Am I fucking stupid? And then he's talking about the performance. So he has to do this in real time. He has to be doing this in real time. Whatever, bro. Whatever. We just won't do it in real time. I just don't want to be in the case where I'm like sampling 2 reflection probes at once. It's just, that sounds like such a fucking bad thing. But whatever. For now, let's just do... Let's just determine the 4 closest R probes and then push them to a UBO. That's what I'm going to do. And then if I come back and then I decide that I want to do something like that, then we have the code to do that. But yeah. Now I have to figure out if I can put this in the render UBO or what. Also, I feel like this should be GL stream draw. I never use stream draw, but it should be GL stream draw. We'll just put it in a separate UBO. I just hate uploading all of these every frame. It's like not what you're supposed to do, but for what we're doing, it's fine. If you're the only person been preferring Odin, yeah, Odin is cool. I haven't used it, but yeah. Realize I like vectors and namespaces. Yeah, but you can make your own vector super easy. I have my own vector. Namespaces is something entirely different, yeah. And the headers in C are just bad. Just like my headers in C, for example, my types header is like just a massive header, you know? Like having shit like this in C is like really the downside. But yeah. If I could get by, trying not to lie, then things wouldn't be so confused, and I wouldn't feel so used. What is bad about my types header? Because the bigger your project gets, the bigger the mega header gets. For example, in my old game engine, my entity handler.h was 8,000 lines long for a header. That's because C likes mega headers and not different headers that are consolidated. Doing anything with, you know, what you end up with is you end up with headers like for example, let's go see my gjk.h has one function in it. However, it makes types that have to go in types.h, right? And so this types.h ends up getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and it won't stop getting bigger until you end your project. That's the problem with C. That is the one mega flaw in C. But it only happens on big projects. Like, this is still small. This is only 1,400 lines. But trust me, don't all languages have that issue? No, Rust does not have this issue. For example, Rust has a lot of, like, you know, header hygiene and stuff like this, you know. That's not every language, no. Definitely not. Every language has some way of dealing with it other than C. Rust especially is like really nice. Already confused? It's alright. I'm confused. I'm just making a type for the UBO just to make it clean. Wrap around my finger. I don't remember the I don't remember the padding. What is? Let me look this up. Wait, hold on a second. What is it? What is it even called again? It's 140. What are the things? Age 5 byte offset must be a multiple of that. I always get confused with 140. I think that we're fine because we don't have a vec 3. Yeah, this is what I want to do. First member in a uniform block always starts at byte offset 0. Every subsequent variable's offset is rounded up to the nearest multiple of its calculated base alignment. Okay. Okay, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I mean, we could totally just like pad it out just in case. But that should be fine. In case you're interested, I wrote this make file. I tend to use a starter template, which handles nested folder structures and header files without any kind of CMake BS. Probably isn't super hard to adapt. That's interesting. Yeah, that might be useful. I'm just so in my ways about it at this point where I feel like I probably would not really even reap the benefits, but that does sound cool. That does sound cool, yeah. Maybe it wouldn't be hard to adapt. I do use a make file, but it doesn't do anything with nesting now. And honestly, I would kind of have no clue where to start with that. So that is pretty neat. We're just going to go through the probes and then find the 4 closest to the player. Within some radius. within some radius. What I missed with the types.h, it was just me talking about how painful C is with its header hygiene and stuff. We love living in CMake. Yeah, luckily I don't really do CMake on my own projects until it's necessary. I don't use a lot of external libraries or anything like that, or need any linking shit. Luckily, so all my code is only mine, you know. So we're gonna get the probes, and we will. I'm wondering if I should just go closest. Let's just have a const float max dist equals. Let's just have a max dist of 10. Because that's max dist of like 20. It's pretty far away. For each one, we want to calculate the longest that. Sorry, I just kind of lost the plot. Our probe UBO data dot probe indices J dot let's make this a thing. The way that makefile is set up, you can use any external dependencies. Huh. So lib's constant at the top, where you can just list the packages names. That's cool. Yeah, my makefile is super simple. It took me even a while to do makefiles. I'm not gonna lie. What am I fucking doing? Yeah, that does seem pretty useful. Pretty much the most I use Makefile for is just faster compiling because of the whatchamacallit, the compiling different things. It only compiles what's needed. What is that called? Whatever. It's called what it's called, and wait, we actually want the longest. We actually want the longest. The longestest. Whoops. Uh, you got me wrapped around you. Then things wouldn't be so confused, and I wouldn't feel so used. It happens all the time. Just a game to incremental bills. Yeah. Incremental compiling or whatever. Automatic dead code elimination. Interesting. I have no clue what automatic dead code is. Okay. I know I'm such a fool for you. Okay. So what did I call this? Rprobe UBO? Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to? Such a fool for you. Dead code elimination is basically when you have a lot of code, the compiled binary will only include what is required to run. Oh. That's such a cool phrase to say upon such an inquiry. I don't even remember what I said, I'm not gonna lie. Typically I just say stuff off the dome while I'm coding and I don't even remember what I said. But yeah, that is pretty cool. I thought that was kind of done automatically in compilers, but maybe not. Maybe not. I assumed that dead code, you know, maybe not to a correct extent though. Maybe some of it. Okay, did I do it? Did I just kind of blacked out? I just kind of fucking blacked out and then I did it. Okay, so instead of sampling one, we're gonna sample the ones. The ones. You got me wrapped around your finger. So the clanker said that I should do this in a shader with basically this to compute the probe weights. So you loop over the probes and then you calculate it like that. But yeah. The clanker said that I shouldn't be doing the blending cube maps in real time. But yeah, I don't know. Also, something I wanted to do, it's probably like making it slow for us to not have to. We should probably just like make the cube maps, the rprobe cube map array. We should probably just straight up make it fucking RGBA 8. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if that compiles though. With what we got going on. Let's see if it compiles. Dead code elimination in C only happens by default per file, but not across files. Interesting. It's hard to really think about like how that would be applied, but what was I checking? Oh yeah, I was gonna check if the oh no, I misclicked. No, you bastard. I don't know why that crashes actually, but we'll investigate that later. Kind of like you fix one thing and then everything else breaks, but okay, so we don't actually see any reflection. So I'm gonna assume that that's not something that I can do right away. There's probably something else I have to do for it to be like that. Okay, now I'm not seeing anything. Did I change something in this shader? Oh. That would be why. That would indeed be why. Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? Such a fool for you. Okay, there we go. It's hard to tell since... Let's see what it looks like with 16F. Just want to make sure that I'm not fucking something up. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like. That is what it's supposed to look like. So I'm not sure. Maybe you have to transfer it at the end to GLRGBA8. I'm not sure. Anyway. Sample weighted probes. We want to loop through. We want to take in the pause and the vec3 roughness. The roughness. The LOD. The roughness LOD. There we go. The corrected times rotation. Right, yeah, you use dir. Did I name this correctly? Probe indices. Let's just call it R probe. Just for the gaff. The gift of gaff. R probe count, and then it says that I should get the weight of them, and I think I'm just going to use exactly this because this is right from that article that we were using earlier. It sucks that we have to do this per fragment. R probes. I have R probes here that is in the SSBO. So we're gonna go R probes. R probe indices. I. Okay, so we get the R probe, and then we want to get the weight of the R probe. And then how do you use the weight? You just accumulate the weights like that. Okay. And we'll just pass in the dir and oh wait, this goes based on the frag pause probably. Yeah, that goes based on the frag pause, so and then we'll just pass in the R probe. Hold on a second. No, the R probe does have min and max. It does. Wait, does it have fade? It doesn't. I forgot to give it a fade. For now, we'll just hard code the fade. We're just gonna hard code it at 111. Okay, so that gets the weights. And then it uses the... It normalizes it. So if there is no weight, then it samples the sky. But like... What is confusing though, would it get a 0 weight if it was outside? I guess so. I guess that's when you sample the sky. Okay. Then just sample the sky. We don't actually take the sky in as a cube map, and we don't actually have units left to sample the sky, so we're just gonna leave a note here, sample sky. I have to fix that. I have to put all of the other lighting probes onto one texture so that we have enough slots. I forgot to do that. So we have to do that. Oh right, yeah, you have to get the parallax vector for it. So we don't even take in the... You have to take in everything. Well, that's kind of a pain in the ass, but that's fine. We need the pause, the view dir, and the end. We need to get the parallax corrected vector like we do here. Sucks to fetch this twice, huh? And then you want to divide this by the sum. Here you want to return... For now, we'll just return 111 because you don't want to divide by 0, obviously. And then you just sample it using that with the roughness LOD. Right, but you need to obviously multiply it by the weight. We will have this const mat 3 rotation because we have to rotate everything because of don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Because everything is Y up. Fucking hate everything. I hate you, everything. I hate that you're Y up. I hate that you're Y up. And instead of multiplying this every time, we're just going to take in roughness LOD. And we'll multiply this times the weight normalized. And we'll just have and we'll return the collar. And that should be it. You got me wrapped around your finger. I don't remember everything that was in here. I think it's pause, view dir, the normal, and then this. I think it's that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, it fucking is stupid. Oh. Oh my god, why is it so bright? Oh, because we have no R probes. So it just sees a weight of 0. And it still sees a weight of 0. Huh. Okay. Let's just hard code return 1. I went to software heaven, yeah. Let's just hard code return 1 for the weight. And then see if it's just not getting probes. Yeah, it's just not getting probes. Let me see if the UBO is set up correctly. Okay, so it is the UBO problem. Okay, so you can do a UVec3 instead, but the problem is then you can't iterate it. So, um, okay, well this is fucking stupid. Okay, so I need a struct. I need... I don't want to have to do that. But that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Do you have to do 4 of these, right? Yeah, you can call it this. I tried Rust, yeah. Yeah, I don't like how it's cheeky and clever, and it's like you have to prove that you know how to write code to write it. It's just kind of like annoying to me. I much prefer like C, because C is, I don't know, I don't have to prove anything to C all the time. You know, with Rust you have to prove, oh, I know what an array is like under the hood. I know how this works under the hood. It's like, yeah, I know how this stuff works under the hood. I don't have to prove it to you every time I have to declare a fucking array with like ampersands and shit. Like, I get it. I don't know. Like, that shit kind of pissed me off, because it's like, I just want to write code. That's how it is, you know? It's like I have to prove myself to it all the time, you know? Okay, apparently that worked. You got me wrapped around your finger. Yeah, I hate STD 140. I don't care about the bar checker, yeah. Okay. This is still fucked, really? This is still fucked, really. I'm hard coding it, right? I hard code 1, yeah. I do. It's just this R probe count is still not aligned. This R probe count is still not aligned. Well, that's fucking funny. That's a little bit funny. It kind of makes sense because that's the only place where it exists. But if I expand it, does it? Yeah. Interesting. So yeah, the R probe count still isn't coming through. Even though I matched it, I mean, this is what it says that I should match it with, or the AI overview or whatever, that I should match it with this. But it appears to not really be working, huh? Well, yeah, the arena allocators, yeah. Yeah. I don't typically use a lot of arena allocation unless it's something that actually happens during runtime. Like a lot of my stuff that happens like baking and stuff like this, that's all vectors. You know what I'm thinking? Oh, I hate to have to do that. What I might end up doing, I just might make the R probe count a fucking I might just make the R probe count a uniform. Is that like psychotic? Like how sick is that? Oh, that's so psychotic. That is ill. I still might actually need this align 16 thing. Just so that we can breathe, because I feel like I've been working on this for forever today, and I just like I want to be done with it already. And if later, you know, if I need to change it later, like we can do it, like, but I'm just done with the fucking SCD 140 shit. I just need to be done with it, you know? Because it's driving me up a fucking wall, let me tell you. I use arenas as a default for everything. I see. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I just don't like it because there's, possible fragmentation issues and things like this with shit that you need a lot for. For example, when I load in a model, like a giant fucking, model, I need heap allocation for it because there's, you know, it's possibly like a lot of memory. Like, for example, the fireplace couch, 71,000 fucking, triangles that you need to walk the coplanar surfaces on, If I was to do an arena on that, it would be moving all over the place. You need to keep moving it, So it's kind of necessary in a lot of cases, At least that's, how I view it, but But this is just, coming from someone who, yeah. You want some sort of heap allocated. No, I'm not talking about dynamically loading things in and out. I'm talking about when you load something from a file, you need to unpack it into, arrays of triangle vertices, color data, lightmap UV data. You need heap allocation for that, right? Because it's going to be fragmenting and moving stuff around, Never have to move data around. I mean, I suppose so. I suppose it's fine if you have blocks, but I don't know. I suppose it's fine, yeah. Then I build primitives like maps and arrays on top of that, so it automatically handles the links. Yeah, I mean that makes sense then, I guess. No. So maybe it was just never going to 1 in the first place. Oh, you know what? No, but let's actually print it out what the R probe is. And I did. Yeah. And I am calling the function, right? Definitely. No, I'm not. That's the problem. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, maybe leads to less memory moving around. I suppose so, but I have it for things that need to be, you know, dynamically, you know, moving, like entities, for example, you know, or mesh nodes, things where there's a list of these things, and you know, you're moving them in and out and stuff like this. But to have, you know, a linked list of memory blocks for something that has completely indeterminate size in what it has inside of it. For example, the amount of, you know, lightmap UVs, texel lists that are inside of the per triangle data, you know, like there's nested kind of memory allocation things there that, you know, needs heap allocation, right? Like it is absolutely necessary. Wait, I just kind of like forgot. Did I do this? Did I to determine closest R probes is a different function. It's, because that's stuff that we were doing earlier with the probe weights. God, this fucking pisses me off that okay, it's still not working. I'm dumb. Hold on. I'm really dumb. Hold on. You have to add that in for it to work. Okay. So this works now. The weird thing is that the fade thing doesn't seem to work. Now I kind of wonder if we shouldn't have done this. Let me try it without this. Because I want to avoid the extra uniform if necessary, even though it's kind of painful to fucking go back on it. We are still going to probably need the weird thing. We are still going to need this, probably. No, this doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. I forgot to bring back the call for the function. No, I did. I've determined closest R probes here. Oh, it didn't. I need to do .val. Alright, after this, we're going to move the... Are we fucking serious? Oh, I never set it to 0. But that shouldn't matter. That should not matter. No, yeah. God fucking damn it. It's still this alignment issue, I think, is still plaguing us. I fucking hate STD 140. Like, what is this? Oh, I'm returning 1. That's why the fade thing doesn't work. But this still is giving us issues. Let's try just going back to the raw indices. Although I don't really trust it. God fucking damn it. Yeah, it's just... Oh, wait. I'm being stupid. I forgot to do this again. I forgot to do that again. So this was actually probably right. Doesn't mean all your nested stuff needs to be in the same arena. Yeah, I do know that. You could have arenas for the stuff that's nested, that's separate, but like... Then I have like other concerns, I don't know, about like cache and things like this. I don't know. But maybe it's not something that I should be concerned about. Okay, this works now. This works now. And let's see the fade now. I don't know why I closed it out, because I have hot loaded shaders now, but whatever. That really has a fade, really? I guess since there's nothing else, then... I guess since there's no other ones, then it goes a bit weird. We can try adding another one, but I don't really have the ability to... Yeah, I don't know if we have the ability to view both of them at once. The reason why it looks so weird, the color of it, is because the sky color is not the sky color currently. Okay, yeah, so we have to find a way to view multiple of them at once. And yeah, the fade stuff isn't working. Maybe the fade margin needs to be added onto the max. Let me try that. No. Well, we're dividing it by it, so it was dividing by 1 earlier. That did change something a little bit. I guess we would have to blend it with the sky though, and we're not really blending it with the sky. So there's also that. How would I blend it with the sky? Let me think about this. But the thing is that when sum weights is 0, then we get the sky. So that means that the sum of the weights must be 0 over there. Even if there's a fade margin. Huh. If I divide it by a large enough number, then it just goes it goes inwards. But that's a large fade margin. But anyway, if you have that fade margin, then you could fade it with the sky. So if our probe count is 1, means we only have one probe. Otherwise we can fade it with all the other probes. But if the our probe count is 1, then we want to sample that our probe with its weight and then do 1 minus the weight to sample the sky. So for now, let's just have for debug purposes. And then we just do this. Then we don't even have to divide it, right? And then just color plus equals 1 minus weights, 1 minus W norm times sky color. God fucking damn it. See, that's exactly what I was worried about. Yeah, so that's a correct fade margin. It just happens on the inner extent of the box, which is a bit weird. So this red represents what will what will fade into the other stuff. Okay. So let's do the thing that allows us to actually render to the sky, render the skybox, actually sample the skybox. And what I'm gonna have to do to fix this is we have to go to where we create our probe textures, which we don't do it regularly, but I need to look up if OpenGL texture 3D array. Is this a thing? Yeah, I don't think that you can have 3D arrays for textures. So, yeah. The problem with this, right, if I do this, is that they'll wrap around. So if you get to the end of all the probes, then you're going to sample the beginning of the probes. You know what I mean? So you'd basically have to have padding for it, which I think is fine, I guess. But yeah, basically, we're going to have, for the probes, we will have one 3D texture where all 9 harmonics are stacked on top of each other. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. That is what we're going to do, my friends. And that's not going to be fun. That is not going to be fun. It's going to be fucking sick. So when I do the probes, I create 9 probe textures. Instead, what we want to do is we'll have global's probe text size.z times 9. And we'll just have one probe texture. I've never done this before. This is going to be really difficult, I think. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to pack all 9 harmonics into one texture that is 9 layers deep. But because it's necessary. Because I can't buy 9 probe textures anymore. I just don't have the room. Literally out of space. You know I'm such a fool for you. You don't have to. Should probably do it 16F, but whatever. So we're only going to do this once. We're going to do it in one shader. And instead of doing it here, honestly, we could just do it in one shader. We don't even have to unpack. But just for the sake of mind here, oh, I thought the world of you, thought that nothing could go wrong, but I was wrong, so please, if I could get by, trying not to lie. So instead of chord Z, what it will be is chord Z times I. Sir, let's think about this before we write the code. Okay, so, So, hold on, my mind just exploded with the indexing I have to do. Holy shit. Hear me out on this one. We're just gonna add it by uprobe. This is how you do it. Uprobe size dot Z times I. Yeah, there we go. So, oh wait, this is this index. Oh. No, we don't need to change this index. We need to change the chord itself. Dot Z times I. Yeah. No doubt. I thought the world of you, thought that nothing could go wrong, but I was wrong. Okay. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. This is easy. This is simple stuff we're doing today. No, yeah. Totally simple. Rudimentary. This goes into an SSBO. We don't even have to worry about it. Silly. No big deal. Okay. So now we have it. And now we just need to index it in here. Okay. So now here's where things get a little bit funny. Okay, lock the fuck in. So okay, we have to compute these per vertex. Okay, lock the fuck in. The first one will just be the first regular one. The second one is going to get a little bit funny. Is it probe grid size? Is it probe grid size? Probe grid size .z. I think so. I think so. Does that look right to me? No. You start at 1. You start at 1. What the fuck is wrong with me? You start at 1. Oh, please, if I could get by trying not to lie. Bro, it's stuck in my head. It is fucking stuck, bro. It's stuck in my fucking head. Sorry. A good song, but stuck. Stuck in head. Head stuck. Stuck. Probe grid size is the has to be, right? Has to be. Probe grid size, let's just look at it, right? You probe grid. Dude, you are in this fucking file, you little rat. I know you're here. Oh, I get rid of them. Don't look at it. Yeah, probe text size. That's what it is. Okay, so now the good thing about all of this is that we can get rid of this and just go to 1. It just goes 1. 1 goes. Nice. Just 1 goes. Probe text. Okay. Hello, sad. I love that music, huh? Yeah, can you guess what song it is? Do you know what song it is? If you don't know the song, then you're reported. You are actually reported if you don't know the song. Like, so reported. Where's the song? The song that I was talking about. The song that I've been singing the whole goddamn time. The theme is my own theme. I don't know why I'm playing with the probe. Oh, wait, hold on a second. We need to... Don't fall off the world. You're important here. You're very important for the whole operation. Okay, so... So, we're going to get rid of the stupid reflection shit, okay? Because it's burning my fucking eyeballs, okay? We're going to get rid of it. And instead what we're going to do is we're going to bake the probe lighting, okay? We're going to bake the probe lighting. And then be happy. Be happy. Happy. 'Cause 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 ' You just listen to random tunes. That's pretty lame, bro. Not gonna lie. It's a linker by the Cranberries. Hello, hello. Music is important, bro. Okay. We bake the probes. We bake the probes. Okay, I'm not seeing any probe going on, fellas. Not gonna lie. Did I comment out the probes, perhaps? That's in. What theme? I'm using my own theme. You can do the command to get it, probably. Bro. Who are the Cranberries? Bro, come on. Are you fucking with me? You're fucking with me right now. Stop fucking with me. You're fucking with me. That is crazy. That is crazy, bro. Who are the Cranberries, bro? You're fucking with me. You don't at least know zombies? Zombie, bro? Why'd I call it zombies? It's because Call of Duty went in my brain right there for some reason. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Why does this not fucking work? I think we fucked it up, not gonna lie. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. We forgot to change the thingy, bro. We forgot to change the name. You are fucking with me. That you say, who are the Cranberries? That's just, you're fucking with me, bro. That is just rage bait. You're literally like fucking sitting here and like rage baiting me. Bro, it's like, that's just crazy to me. That's like saying to somebody, bro, I don't know who the Beatles are. Can you explain to me? I'm not a big Beatles fan, let me tell you, but that's like, that's equivalent, bro. That shit is equivalent. Okay, yeah, it has probe lighting. Now, is it good probe lighting? That's the question. Now, therein lies the question. If we are doing it correctly, by the way, this is baked for like 10 seconds, so don't even. It kind of looks like ass, but that's because we did it on no iterations. How about let's do it on a lot of iterations, huh? Let's just do it on like 128. A little 128 action, bro. Is equivalent. I'm not saying that they're equivalent. I'm saying that the same level of like household name. Like the Cranberries is fucking like, you know, that's like you saying you don't know like Tears for Fears. Like what? It's like the same level of household name. It's like saying, I don't know. Okay, why are we like, what is that, bro? What was that about? Okay, I have a feeling like that seg fault was not good. It's not good. It probably was this GL delete textures, maybe. Perhaps. What is this number? Border. L. I'm calling GL finish here, so there's no way that it got fucked up. All right, we're just gonna GDB and then just like, you know, what happens happens. Use a debugger to check. That's why I'm gonna run GDB. You don't know the the cranberries or Tears for Fears? You're fucking rage baiting. What? In my life, like 10 years. That's fucking crazy to me. That is just crazy to me. Maybe they're an American thing? The cranberries, I think, are from the UK. Maybe not. I'm pretty sure they are. They're from Ireland. It's just... That's rage baiting. Do you know, like, Head Over Heels by Tears for Fears? Shout? Like, you know, like, these are, like, I don't know, this, like, fucking crazy to me. All right, let's just do some print statements then. I had these print statements before, but, you know. I'm going to guess that there's something fucking funky going on with maybe how I did this. I'm not sure. If I had to guess, it's actually after all of this and when it presents the texture. It may be going out of bounds or something. Oh, hold on a second. This... No. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, all of this looks correct. You've actually... What? Like, Songs from the Big Chair is like one of like the greatest records, I don't know, of all time. Like, it's just kind of like a classic. Like, now if we were like talking about music and I was like, yeah, my favorite bands are like Big Star and like Teenage Fan Club and Prefab Sprout, you know, and you just like give me a blank face and I'm like, yeah, that's like, I get it. Like, that's, you know, you're not surprising me there. But when I say like Tears for Fears, bro, like, you're fucking with me, bro. Like, that's like a classic. That's like saying that you don't know the Breakfast Club, you know? It's weird. Tears for Fears. They were a pop group. They were like a synth pop group, like Simple Minds and like Erasure and like, you know, the same type of camp, you know. Okay, so it apparently is happening during the bake. It probably is literally, if I'm being honest here, what's probably happening is that it's literally running out of time. We need to do it in a grid, just like I do the light map. It's running out of time and it's crashing when it tries to switch the buffer, and then the display driver crashes. That's why I have this GL finish here, but it doesn't matter. What I need to do is just literally change the spacing. Where do I set the probe spacing? That's a good question. I think I set it probably in init. Maybe. Oh, maybe I just never set it. Or something. Because it looks like... Oh no, I set it here. So just set it to 1 for this. I think it's because... depending on the scene, it can just go on forever. And so you do need to set it, so... Movie The Breakfast Club. Yeah, but you know the song that plays in it? Like, don't you forget about me. You know what I mean? Like, that's like the same level of, you know, Tears for Fears, knowing it, you know. She was from the Alabama Shakes. Okay, so that's something where I wouldn't know who that person is. Okay, so I don't know the Alabama Shakes. That's because Alabama Shakes sucks. You feel me? Like... now, they don't suck as much as, like, other things, you know, but, like... but, like, bro, like... shout, let it all out. These are the things I could do about... He raved that were really good. It's like the Black Keys or Mumford and Sons, you know, same sort of. Yeah, it looks like ass. Looks like absolute ass. Let's only make it the probe shit. Let's just do... just pull it out of my bag, my infinite bag of tricks. See, it's just black on the top, which should not be the case. Shout, let it all out. These... it's just black on the top. Fuck. And it wouldn't be something simple, right? Like I'm sampling it wrong, or I think that this is the correct way of going about it. Oh no. No, this needs to be divided by the whole thing. Okay, so this is going to be... And then you do this. To get the slice, you need the slice. Like a slice of pizza. Great Big C. I wouldn't be able to know a song, but I do know of them. I think I've got the cover of one of their albums in my head. But I think it is just a C, though. That's what the image that I have in my head. So maybe I'm not thinking of the right thing. Wait, hold on. This can't be right. Just do it the stupid way. I'm just going to do it the stupid way just to have my mind understand it. Is I need to divide this by 9. Motherfucker. Implicit narrowing of type of vec3 to float. Oh, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You know what I meant. That is an album cover. See, that's what I thought. And it's like in like yellowish, kind of brownish letters or something. Long time ago, I guess. Did it fall off the world? Oh, you piece of shit. Sometimes it just falls off. Okay, we need to put it at a different spot. So that it doesn't fall off anymore. That sounds right, yeah. Got the fucking memory. That is a deep cut though, I feel like. Why is it so dark? Oh, because I have the indirect. I like answer my own questions. Pro bake. Bake a cake. Oh, we're so fucking back. We are so back. Holy shit. That's the probe lighting. Holy shit. Is it? It should be blue over here. It's not blue. That's not blue. Fuck. Fuck. No, I thought it was working. Nah, yeah, it shouldn't be this smooth. It shouldn't be that smooth, I think. I mean, I did put it for 128 iterations, but it should at least be blue over there. I should like make this like a more crazy red, but like still. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. We're getting there though, we're getting there. It's gotta be close now. Is that a floating window? I mean, no, that one's nuclear. I did the last time I did my game engine. I did a I did I did a UI library for it, and it was a pain in the ass. So, absolute pain in the ass. Let me tell you, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You do not want to be doing that. Let's try something. It is pretty white here. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it is pretty white. So let's just try really like limiting the amount of, because like, to be honest, like this is pretty white stuff. Like, it may just be white just because. No, that should be red, bro. Okay. Okay, but it made it red. Okay, it works. It works. We just needed to turn the light up to a higher intensity. Okay, I'm glad that I actually tested that instead of like freaking the fuck out and then trying to do something else. Dude, that's so sick that we have indirect lighting that isn't fucking ass. And now can we see it all together? It's probably gonna look funny all together, to be honest. I did make it a little bit funny with the colors. Cool thing that I want to try out is just the indirect, just purely the pre-computed stuff. This is purely none of this is real time, which is the cool thing. Okay, so the dots on the ground and stuff, that's just, we didn't bake it for long, but it's pretty cool that this is all pre-computed. None of this is actually. Anyway, it would look a lot better if I baked this for like 100 iterations or whatever, but it would be smooth. Anyway. Cool. Anyway, the whole purpose of this was to make it so that we can bind the skybox. Looks like a PSP game. Thank you. Yeah, it's at low resolution, so that is why. I think that this is the correct. Yeah, this is what it is. Texture cube map. And now to go back to what we were doing before. We can sample the actual sky, right? what did it say up here for the? It said to do the reflect of the negative viewer and normal. I don't know if I'm gonna take that, but whatever. And there we go. It's not necessarily supposed to look like retro style, but it does because I have a shitty computer. But that's neither here nor there. Just what I have to work with. Okay. So I think that that's correct. It samples it with a roughness. I guess you should sample it the exact same way you do this, huh? It's just my skybox doesn't have LODs. I guess I should do that. Because that's how you're supposed to do it. Yeah. You know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? When I load CubeMap, I do not generate maps. I'm just gonna do it like this. And then call generate bitmap geotexture cube map, and then we're happy. I think so. Unless I want to do the whole GGX thing myself for the bitmaps. Do I want to do that? That sounds like not a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. That sounds like not a lot of fun. I would have to do this for it. And then change yeah, we're not. That's all right. That is all right. That is all right. Yeah, I do like the retro style because I'm of the opinion that like video games should look like video games, you know what I mean? I do like, like the games that I grew up loving, like Half-Life 2 broke my fucking brain when that came out, I got the orange box when that came out. That broke my fucking mind. Like the games that I played growing up, like Tomb Raider and stuff like this, nowadays they just don't have games like this that are being made, or they do. The indie scene is cool, but it is kind of few and far between that you get like an experience that's kind of like that kind of brings me back to my child in that way, It's very, very not often, Did I put this here? Yeah, I did. I grew up playing PS2 and PSP. Yeah, same with me. I didn't really ever have an Xbox. I had a PS2. I had a PS3 when that came out. And I had a Game Boy Advance, and then I had the original DS. And that was pretty much it. I never had a PSP. I remember playing Unreal 2 on my dad's computer, and Splinter Cell when I was way too young to be playing those games. But Splinter Cell was my first, like, dude, Splinter Cell, I think, just influenced me so much in, like, my taste is, like, not only, like, a video game person, but, like, an art person. I think, like, the vibe of the first Splinter Cell is just so cool. It's just such a cool game. It's, like, has to be one of my top 10 favorite games of all time. What they achieved with the original Splinter Cell is just so cool, man. Like, so fucking cool. It's like totally blew my mind as a kid. Like, I just wanted to make a game like that, you know. Yeah, it's an awesome game. I can play it on my I have a computer with Windows XP. But yeah, it's pretty fucking awesome. That's pretty fucking awesome. There definitely is, like, a thing for, like, ultra realism and, like, all of the crazy, you know, environmental stuff that they do nowadays. Like, definitely, it's, like, really cool that they can push the limits of the technology. But I just feel like, you know, it shouldn't be the only games that are coming out, you know? Like, games should be made for people that, you know, have less money and don't want to buy, like, a 4000 series GPU or whatever, you know, spend like $2K on a fucking computer to play video games. It's like, you know, I don't know. It seems like crazy to me. Like, gaming started out as, like, a thing where, like, parents, like, a family unit would buy one thing, you know what I mean? For, you know, the family to play on, you know, with, like, the NES, and then, like, even the first, like, PS2, PS1, those consoles were made for family units, to, like, you know, working family units, you know, middle class, you know, even lower middle class, to be able to afford, just for their family, right, to be able to play video games. Now it's, like, such a ridiculous investment that I don't even know how parents are, you know, able to buy these things for their kids growing up. Like, if you want to buy a gaming PC, or if you even want to buy, like, a PS5, like, this PS5 that we have now is something that my sister, you know, got, and it's, like, incredibly expensive. The controllers are so fucking expensive. Like, seriously, these controllers are ridiculous, like, how much they cost, you know. It's insane. Like, I don't know how people are doing. Maybe people just have more money than me and it's, like, okay for them, but, like, I don't know. It's like, if I was back working at fast food, like, how many weeks would it take for me to get a gaming PC? You know what I mean? Like, it would take me so much weeks of, like, hard labor, you know, and then I would have to, like, pay rent and shit. Like, you know, like, it would take me, like, few months, you know what I mean, at minimum wage doing that. Now, maybe, you know, I'm the only one who's, like, probably, I've only worked minimum wage jobs my entire life. I've never worked a job that isn't minimum wage. And just for me, like, thinking about how much work I'd have to put in just to buy something for recreation, you know, it's fucking ridiculous. It is really ridiculous. It's annoying because it's, like, an art thing to me. Like, gaming is an art thing. Like, it's the same as, like, paintings, you know. It's the same thing as, like, movies, music, things like this. But all of those other things are now, like, made accessible to the public. Like, it's very easy for you to pirate movies, pirate music, and, like, things like this. And so you can get these things on a budget or for free, and you're able to experience this art, you know? And that's, like, what's awesome about the internet and shit like this. What you can't do is play video games. You know what I mean? Like, it's, I was thinking about this the other day. It's the same thing, like, how the opera was, you know? Like, you had to be in the elite to be able to to go to the opera, right? Like that was, what it was like, with the bourgeoisie, like back in the day, like we're talking about, hundreds and hundreds of years ago, right? So a similar thing I feel like is happening now with video games, where you have to be bourgeoisie to really like play modern video games, right? Like this new Borderlands game that came out. Like who is playing that? Like who's actually able to play that shit? It's like certainly not the people that I know, or it's like it's strange to me. It's very strange to me. Reseller marketing make it harder for broke ass kids to obtain games. Yeah, exactly. Game devs got lazy. Yeah, it's also that. I think it's really hard to make an optimized game, but like back in the day, like Silent Hill 2 for example is like a great example of a game that was like pushed to its absolute limits, right? The first two Silent Hill games, they took so much ingenuity to create. The same ingenuity is not present in newer games, in programming in general, like, so that's the way I see it. Yeah. Metal Gear Solid 5. Yeah, I've never played it. Then they just threw away the engine. Yeah. Yeah. Old Square Enix stuff, and like, it's just even old Bethesda stuff, even though it was like janky, right? So they made their own engine and they pushed the limits of it, and they got it to run good, like these big spaces with all this dynamic stuff going on, and now just to experience the same stuff, you have to spend so much, an insane amount of money to do it. But it's very similar to, I think, like the way modern blockbuster movies have gone, is they make so much fucking money and they cost like nothing to make because of CG and shit. Is that it's made a market that is just like completely like it's just stupid. It's just a market that's just like, it makes so much money, they cost nothing to make, and the product is shit, and it's just everybody still buys it. Like that's just ridiculous to me. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, Doom is an obvious example, but like, Doom is like an obvious example, but it's like there's so many other examples there, 345, 357. Implicit cast. No, I'm doing an explicit cast. Oh, hold on. I need to make it a... Oh, I did make it a sampler cube. Wait, why is this being weird? Oh. Yeah, because it's not a sampler cube array. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, it's software, obviously. Like, I'm heavily inspired by like Quake and stuff, but they also have, kind of gone far from their roots, I feel like. I feel like the reflect isn't working. Like if I just return sky color, then it probably just... What? Oh. I probably just commented out the specular here. Classic. Okay, there we go. You know I'm such a fool for you. Got me wrapped around. Running Doom on bacteria. Yeah, it is kind of weird, huh? I don't know how you would use this in production, because obviously the sky is so fucking bright. It's like ridiculous. And it doesn't really, it doesn't really... Like, this obviously gets the sky in it. But it obviously gets a different color than this. So. Oh, you know what? Oh, actually, hold on a second. I'm not actually doing this times rotation. Oh, I do Viter times rotation. Never mind. Yeah, it's crazy that it is dead, because they were like, kind of the OGs in terms of pushing the limits of their stuff. Like the original Quake and Doom is obviously like very, very important for that reason. Does get parallax corrected vector... It does negative view dir times normal, yeah. Negative view dir and normal in the reflect. It's weird because it should be pretty much the same as this. As the reflection probe, it should be like the same. But it seems to me that it's not the same. I wonder why. I wonder something here. Hold on. Let me think about something here. Let's just try sampling this one at LOD 0. It just makes it more metallic, or, you know, more smooth. So it doesn't actually. Oh, you know what it might be? If I do this, then it's gonna do additive. I just wonder why it's so dark in comparison to it. To the surrounding stuff. You know, it could just be because this wall is here. Could just be because that wall is there. And so you should really have one that goes up to the wall at least. But at that point, you're just gonna have reflection probes over everything. Yeah, this doesn't look too bad. There is still this obvious. Yeah, this hard thing there is. I guess you could have multiple going up the wall, I guess, and that would be your thing. I don't think I have the thing yet to spawn a new probe. I don't think that this works yet. I don't think that this works to use another probe. Oh no, it seems like it does work. It's just that the first one got really small. I think I selected the wrong one at some point. There is some weirdness for sure on the border. If then, which BRDF method will I use? I have PBR, yeah. Do the traditional stuff with BRDF with the roughness and the LODs for the reflection probes. That's what this is. I use a lookup table for it. Yeah, they're overlapping. So there's something in my shader that I didn't do for 2. What would be causing that? I did return weight. And the weight is clamped. Maybe I should experiment with a bigger fade margin. Yeah, you see that line on them? It's kind of hard to see probably on the stream, but there's a line on them. Where the next one starts. I think they have to overlap by a certain amount. So I'm just gonna try this. Oh yeah, that helps a lot. That makes it pretty much seamless. If you look at it really closely, you can still see it, but okay, so we have fading between the probes. We have 2 reflection probes on top of each other. That's pretty cool. The reason why it has this this kind of weird thing going on is because of this light. So if we rebake it without that light, and then rebake the R probes, then that goes away. And now it's just blue. This actually kind of looks pretty sick. Not gonna lie. I kind of want to take a photo. I'm taking a photo. I like to take photos and then show my sister what I'm working on. Anyway, pretty neat, pretty neat. But yeah. Yeah, I could just fly around here for forever, to be honest. Just looking at it, it kind of does look pretty fucking cool with the how it like looks like ice. The thing is that it doesn't really interact with the shadow map, as you can tell. So that's in shadow, and then this is not in shadow. People these days so talented. Thank you. I kind of want to go for a coffee break. I don't know. Mental reset. I did have to go through a lot today, which was stupid. A lot of the shit that I went through was stupid today. My sister has her first computer science project in school today, and I'm supposed to help her with it. So finally, I'm getting some use in the world, I guess. I tried to clean my glasses, and then they ended up more smudged. So, all right. So this is off of the docket. We got the reflection probe interpolation. We don't have a way to save and load them, which is the part that we have to work on. My fucking glasses are fucked. It got me wrapped around your finger. So we saved the lightmap separately in a binary file, and we have a button that does that. We don't have a button for reflection probes, obviously, and for lighting probes. Only the UV light map. So I kind of want something that just saves the whole thing, saves the whole scene. God knows how complicated that's going to be to do. Last time it was pretty complicated in my last engine. What I ended up doing in my last engine was just having an asset thing where like you had a list of assets that got loaded in from GLTF or whatever. But I don't know. I think this time I kind of want to just serialize everything to binary. And then so it's just like a smooth load in thing. But yeah. Map save and load and scene save and load is hard to do. It's like annoyingly hard to do. I want to get more coffee. So I'm going to leave you with this image, and then I'll be back in a sec. Well, it looks like my sister needs help, so I'm going to help her with her work. I don't know, I might be back later today or tonight or something, because I'm definitely not done working for today on this. This was kind of like a nothing burger stream, but it was fun. We got the indirect lighting probes on one 3D texture instead of on a bunch of 3D textures, so that was neat. Technically, I don't know. I thought that like technically you could have a 3D texture that is just 9 vec3s in a row and then just have one fetch for it. But I don't know if that would be faster. I think that would probably be faster in cache. The problem is then it wouldn't automatically interpolate between the things. Between the things, you know. It wouldn't automatically interpolate between them. So yeah, I might be back. I'll probably be back later. But all right, thanks for watching. And I don't know. I'm probably gonna work. What I'll work on next is I will work on saving and loading. We need a save and load, even though it's boring and complicated to make it and not very fun. It's like super important to have a save and load, because it's gonna make debugging and trying things out so much easier and so much faster if we just have a saved format and we don't have to just like spawn shit in by numbers and stuff like that. It's gonna be, and then we can start, making games, map save and load, and then from there we've got a lot of stuff implemented. I don't really know. We need to do animation, which luckily I already have the skeletal stuff implemented from the old engine, so that's good. And from there, it's just kind of optimizations and things like this. But yeah, I mean, everything is kind of implemented actually, so that's kind of cool. Yeah. All right. Peace out. Peace out. Next time will be the save and the load and the movement system, and the movement system. I want to have it so that you can have basically a left and a right leg and keyframe them, and then they have separate hitboxes and things like this. That was kind of like my unique idea with the engine, what I wanted to do. The problem with that is the math is really fucking complicated, at least from what I researched earlier. So okay, I'll be back later or something. All right, peace out.